Meeting will come to order. The City Council, the City of Rialto, acting successor to the agencies to Redevelopment Agency, Rialto Authority, Rialto Housing Authority. At this time, I'll call on the clerk to call roll call.
Mayor Baca,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Scott,
Present.
Councilmember Carrie Sellers,
Present.
Councilmember Carla Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Edward Mortier Jr.,
Present.
City Attorney Eric Bell,
Present.
and Interim City Manager Michael Milheiser.
At this time, I'll call on the city attorney to discuss that we will be going into closed session. City attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. We have three categories of items today. You have a conference with legal counsel with regard to 2 items of existing litigation. Those are listed on the agenda. You have a conference with legal counsel with regard to 14 items of anticipated litigation. Most of those are workers' comp-related claims, and then there's 1 threat of litigation. And then finally, you have an item of public employee appointment to consider with regard to the titles of acting or interim or city manager. Now would be the time if there were any member of the public who wanted to comment on those items.
Is there any member of the public that would like to comment? Seeing none, I'd like to have a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Moved by Carla, seconded by Andy Catacetis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. We'll go into closed session. City Council, City of Rialto, acting successor agency of the redevelopment agency, Rialto Utilities Authority, Rialto Housing Authority, will come to order at this point. So I'll call on this secretary to, call roll call.
Call on the city clerk to call roll call. Okay. Mayor Baca,
Present.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Scott, Councilmember Andy Caracellas,
Present.
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Montoya,
Present.
City Treasurer Ed Correa,
Present.
City Attorney Eric Bell,
Present.
Interim City Manager Mike Milhauser.
This time, we'll all stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be led by Pastor Victor Lopez, the Calvary Chapel of Rialto. And leading us this morning, it doesn't have who we are, but I'll choose Andy Caracellas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Let's bow our heads and pray. Precious Lord, we come before you tonight with thanksgiving in our heart, knowing that you are the provider of everything. And we do pray for our government. Lord, we thank you for the leadership that you have given us in this city. And I pray for all the decisions that must be made tonight, all the things and all the matters that must be heard. I pray that you give them tremendous wisdom, that you would use their combined talents, abilities, and education, Lord, that they would rule and guide us with wisdom and compassion. We thank you, Lord. We love you. And we lift this up to you now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. This time I call on the city attorney's report on closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There were three categories of items on tonight's closed session. The first one was a conference with legal counsel with regard to 2 items of existing litigation. You heard briefings from and gave direction to the city attorney with regard to both of the titled cases. Second category was a conference with legal counsel with regard to 14 items of anticipated litigation. Most of those items were workers' compensation claims. You gave direction to special counsel with regard to all of those. There's no other reportable action on that item. We had one item of threat of litigation, that's the Rialto Springs matter. Gave direction to the city attorney on that item. There's no other reportable action. Final category was public employee appointment. And I can announce that the city council has appointed current assistant city manager Tanya Williams as the acting city manager commencing tomorrow, Wednesday, January 29th. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Next thing we have on the agenda, are there any presentations and proclamations?
No, not tonight.
None? Okay.
No.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move into oral communications. Are there any individuals that would like to come up and speak under oral communications?
Yes, we have some people speaking under oral communication.
Could you call them in that order, please?
We have
If we ca-
Chris.
And if
for
we
the-
can we possibly limit it to 3 minutes? And the same thing with individuals that will be speaking on any particular item that's before us. And if it's the same individuals that want to come up and at least give your name and say I'm for or against, so this way we don't repeat the same thing, that one of the members will come up and speak. So this way we have everybody that can at least give their name and their opposition or for a particular item on the agenda. Thank you.
We have Chris from the Chambers. He's in the audience. Okay, I don't see Chris. I don't know if he's outside, if we can check and see if Chris. Yes, he's representing the chamber and introducing the chamber and the board members. No, then you want to go to the second one while we're looking for him?
Yes.
We can have Frank Aris, Frank. That's, yes.
Thanks. Is there a timer anywhere? Yes,
Sir,
no?
yes, we have time. When you start speaking, sir, time is going.
All right, I was counting on 5 minutes, so already I'm shorted. Obviously, the city has issues. 3 city managers over the course of 5 years is not normal by any standard. And by the way, I like to exercise my freedom of speech. If it offends you, too bad. As a civil rights attorney, I know often says, freedom's scary, deal with it. Okay? So let me talk about the current city manager's office. Mike Milheiser doesn't return his phone calls, doesn't care what the public has to say or talk to him about. Same for your joke of an assistant city manager who now I understand, according to your city attorney, is going to be the new acting city manager. And I'm talking about Tanya Williams. She's standing there, I show up at City Hall this morning, she's standing there with 2 phones in her hand, cell phones, texting back. She's getting paid, according to Transparent California, over $250,000. Okay, including, posh benefits, pension. I'll do that. I'll stand there like a monkey, text back and forth for half the price. These people are a joke. Where do you find these people? Why aren't they responsive to the people who pay their salaries, finance their posh pensions, benefits, everything? And if they're unhappy, good riddance. They can get the hell out. Next, I'm going to move on to the police department. It's come to my attention that they don't like to divulge full names. That is actually against California law. There's case law on record. It's International Federation of Professional and Technical Traders versus Superior Court of Alameda County. It's a California Supreme Court case from 2007, and I'll give you one site, 42 Cal 4th 319. That's for your city attorney. So from now on, when I contact the police department, I want full names. Every time they refuse to do that, I'm going to slap the city with a public records request. Are we clear on this? So, Marcus Fuller, just to go through, I have another 30 seconds or so. Marcus Fuller, previous city manager, lasted 18 months. I think his exit package, thanks to you guys, over $500,000. For what? The guy barely worked. After him, David Carmody, 3 months on the job, gone. What is wrong with you people? There's business to take care of. I have business that needs to be taken care of.
Thank you very much. Next.
Oh, I see Chris just came in, so.
Chris, would you come and address?
I haven't really had a chance to meet all of you, but I'm Chris Bedke, and I'm the president of the Rialto Chamber of Commerce. So I just wanted to officially introduce myself and say hello, and to let you know that the chamber is back, and we are active, and we are interested in promoting events in the city, promoting new business to the city, and helping our businesses that are already here succeed. I've handpicked my new board of directors to represent a cross-stitch of our businesses in the community. We have event companies, we have photographers, we have web designers, we have human resource companies, we have bookkeepers, one who has very much experience. She actually worked for one of the movie studios in LA for like 30 years, and just a bunch of other businesses that would really help promote our chamber. So that's why I'm here. I just wanted to say hello, and that's all I wanted. So hello.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I bought a custom shirt just for tonight. So anyway, thank you. Hope to see you guys soon.
Good. We look forward to working with the chamber, promoting the city of Rialto. Thank you.
Next person we have is Christopher Carter.
Is he outside?
While he's coming, you want Joseph to talk about lights at the skate park. Some of this writing is not really legible, sorry. It's just to talk about the skate park and water fountains. They're outside? Okay. So those are the two you have for,
Hello, Council, Mayor Baca, and everybody watching on TV. My name is Christopher Hualcota. I am a Rialto native since the age of 1. I have attended Curtis Elementary, Rialto Middle School, new and old, then graduated from Rialto High School, class of 14. Go Knights! I have returned for my second council meeting in a row to address the concerns and issues, liabilities, and potential lawsuits at Margaret Todd Park. The park is well overdue for proper lighting. The grass field and the skate park that was established in 2001. Water fountains were removed 10 years ago and never reinstalled. And last but not least, the cameras that were posted up but currently not in use. Objective number 1, proper hydration. The nearest source of water and restrooms are located near the doors, which are always locked, and at one point kids were climbing the walls and stepping down on cameras in the hallway to get down safely simply for water. Some families and citizens feel discouraged to be at the Johnson Center. It's a disservice to the community, and that equals a lack of the community. Doors with restrooms and water fountains should not be locked nor justified. We shouldn't have to overcrowd 2 water fountains with outside basketball court users, grass field users, playground users, skate park users, gym users, and last but not least, the city workers, while a new police station is being built right across the street. Objective number 2, and probably the most important, is proper lighting. I have documented many issues and concerns dealing with the misuse of the budget and taxpayers' money up until a week ago. The only light for the skate park was on all day and not at night for 3 years straight. Until a week ago, the graffiti has not been removed as if to maintain the skate park's ugly past. Until just last night, the parking lot brighter than ever, with the help of 2 lights that were never on. Yet the grass field pitch dark and the skate park very dim. The park hours are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Again, I'm here to establish lights in the field and the skate park. There's a sign that states lights are for security purposes only. So how do we receive proper lights for the park's full usage? 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. when it is dark. Citizens should not have to go out of their way when they live across the street to another park when all it needs is proper lighting. They are subject to being hurt at the skate park, not for their lack of skill, but lack of lighting. Objective number 3, the cameras. Citizens should not feel discouraged and unsafe because of the darkness and lack of safety. Cameras are posted up, but have not been in use up until today. It was a waste of the taxpayers' money and unsafe for the safety of the children at the park. Since the homeless problem, which was a big concern and which was why it was a big frown upon, a fence has been added around the park, security has been hired, lights, camera, and hydration is critically needed. My final statements. As a private citizen of Rialto since the age of 1, and now a 28-year-old current tax-paying union carpenter, I ask, may we the people of Margaret Todd and the Johnson Community Center have what all the other parks have. Proper lighting, hydration, safety, trash and recycling bins, barbecue grills, and working cameras. We ask for no more, no less. Finally, my 3 questions addressed to Mayor Baca and the council. From me and all my supporters outside and everybody watching on TV.
I think your time is just about up.
So, number 1,
Go ahead.
what would you suggest? Number 2, what would it take for you to agree? And number 3, can you live with it? Thank you. My name is Christopher Cojuelucota.
All right, thank you very much, Christopher. Is somebody here from the Parks and Recreation that can meet with Christopher to take down the
I have
comments that he stated right now in reference to the lighting, the cameras,
I've
and
had
what
a
might be done as well?
I've had a sit-down meeting with Cynthia, and she's apparently sick today. I went into the office to try to talk to her.
Okay, we'll look into it, and hopefully that we can follow up along with the city manager here in reference to the concern in there and the safety for the individuals that utilize Margot Park.
Margaret Todd.
Yeah.
My final question is, how do I get put on the agenda as far as, voting and not just in the public hearing section?
In voting?
I mean, in voting on,
Run for
getting
office.
Councilman Cota on their way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
That's all we have for,
Okay. Seeing that there's no other oral communications, before we move on to the consent item, I just personally would like to thank the police department and the fire department for the response for an accident that occurred on Sunday morning. Both the fire and the police department responded. I want to thank Chief Mark Lane and Officer Cardenas. And then on the fire side, I want to thank Kathy and Tucker from the fire department and all of the other individuals that responded immediately to an accident that occurred on Sunday morning at 8:45 in the morning. Again, thank them very much for the response and safety of our community. And that's all I had to say. So at this point then, we'll move on to the consent items. Is there any items that any member of the council wishes to pull from consent item?
I'd like to pull for discussion, F1.
Okay. F1,
Yes.
okay.
So, my comments on that is, for many years, the council has elected a mayor pro tem, and I just wanted to see if I have the support of my council to keep it that way, the way we used to have it. So I'll make a motion to keep the mayor pro tem selection by the council instead of just rotating.
That's not on that. This is for the block grant.
No, it's F1. It's F1. Item F1 is selecting mayor pro tem.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
so you're gonna do that with separate vote. So you're making a motion now
Yes.
you're making a motion not to accept the resolution for
Correct.
the process.
And roll it back to the way we used to have the selection of mayor pro tem, which was by the council.
Okay, so your motion will be not to accept the resolution for the process of selecting the mayor pro tem,
Correct.
okay? And it was seconded by? And you are?
Councilman Montoya.
Okay.
Any other discussion? I originally brought that motion up, and the reason I had brought that up is that I felt it would be fair for members of the council to have an opportunity to step in and become mayor pro tems once they served the 2 years as a city council member, with the opportunity to learn and gain the experience. And that would have allowed other individuals to serve in that capacity, and that was the reason why I did that, and it would have been done on a seniority basis versus using the political process of someone just selecting whomever they want to be the mayor pro tem.
Okay, so would you like me to do a roll call?
Roll call.
Councilmember Caricellis.
Aye.
Councilmember Montoya.
Aye.
Councilmember Perez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Aye.
Mayor Baca.
No.
So the resolution fails, 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Now on, do I have,
City Clerk, I just want to, the motion passes 3-2.
The motion passes, but
And that means they'll continue to appoint their
Mayor Pro
Mayor
Tem?
Pro Tems as they have in the past, yes.
That's correct.
yes, correct.
Okay, with that, do I have a motion then on the rest of the consent items? Move approval. Motion's been made by
Second.
Councilmember Scott,
Second.
seconded by Member Carla Perez. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. The next item on the agenda would be tab item number 1.
Mayor, I've been asked to introduce this item. This item has to do with the Rialto Springs project proposing a warehouse on Locust Avenue. This has been before the City Council a number of times. It's back tonight with a recommendation from staff that you adopt resolution number 8317 to uphold the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. Adopting this resolution will result in denial of the project. You can take that action. Of course, you can take other alternative actions if you like. I'm prepared to discuss those with you if you'd like. If not, I can answer any questions about the process. I think everybody's familiar with the background facts of the project. And with that, I will turn it over to you. This is not a public hearing, but people can provide public comment.
Are there any individuals that would like to speak on this particular subject matter?
Yes, you had two to fill out, in Juan Saratoga and Jose Garcia to speak on tab 1. What is this, sir? For what?
Is the first individual
Is
that was
Juan
called
here?
up, is Juan here?
Yes.
For tab 1, right?
Yes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Juan Serrato, and I'm a proud member of Layuna Labor's International Union of North America. I stand here before you today in strong support of this project, not just because it's another opportunity for development, but because it truly matters to the workers who build it. This project just isn't about putting up buildings. It's about creating good paying jobs, stable jobs that support families right here in our community. The developer behind this project understands the value of investing in skilled, dedicated tradespeople, and that's why they're there committed to paying livable wages. They could choose to cut corners, but they want the best, and that means hiring local workers who take pride in their craft. For us laborers, projects like this are more than just another job. Yes, we go from job to the next, but each one gives us the chance to bring home a paycheck that supports our families, to work close to where we live, and to invest back into our communities. When you approve this project, you're not just approving a building, you're approving the livelihoods of workers like me who are here to do what's best. This project gives us something to look forward to, a future job where we can apply our skills, continue building a life for ourselves and our families. That's why I humbly ask you to move this project forward. Give us the chance to keep working, to keep contributing, and to keep building up this community that we're all a part of. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Garcia. I also am a member of the Laborers International Union of North America for the past 34 years. Just with uncertain times right now, kind of took everything out of my sail there with his speech, but we're in uncertain times right now, with funding stopping and everything. We can't afford to lose a job right now. Not many trades have to come and ask for work. Teachers don't have to come. Police people don't have to come, but unfortunately, this is the life of the construction worker now. We come and we ask maybe to listen to what the pastor said, that compassionately and with the community, let's get this project through. There's no time to be putting projects aside right now. I feel that, we need to come into this year and make sure that everybody is able to provide for their families. So we ask, please move this project forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
The people that fill out the paperwork, you come on up, sir. Yes, state your name.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, my name is Paige Gosney. I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant for Rialto Springs. Appreciate your time tonight. I'll try and keep my comments brief. Submitted a letter to you a couple of days ago, actually I think yesterday, regarding the agenda item tonight. As you may or may not be aware, I understand now you should be aware, the appeal was formally withdrawn by the by the appellant, CCAEJ, on January 21st. That was not included as part of the presentation. Over the past couple of months, the applicant, who you'll hear from in a second, and CCAEJ are working together, trying to come to a compromise that would address the concerns of the residents. These were the concerns that you heard on November 12th and were the motivation for your vote in granting the appeal and denying the project, which is not yet final. That was an interim vote. It was a vote that expressed the will of the council at the time. But as the agenda makes clear, as the staff report makes clear, that action is not final, and you are free this evening to take any action that you deem appropriate with respect to the appeal. And what we would be requesting this evening is that you act on the will of the appellant, act on the will of the residents of that neighborhood who are not here tonight, who are not out expressing opposition to the project, who through the hard work of the applicant, the appellant, have come to an agreement that would address their concerns tonight and their concerns in their will, which is that the appeal be withdrawn. So you have two options essentially tonight. We're here. We don't think we should be here. We think once the appeal was withdrawn, your jurisdiction, your ability to act on it was terminated. But understanding that you're here and understand and that there's and that the appellant has withdrawn the appeal, we would ask that you take formal action tonight to rescind your prior vote, to act on the will of the appellant, and to deny the appeal and to refuse to adopt the resolution that's before you tonight. If you do that, the action of the Planning Commission, which approved the project back in August, would stand as the city's final action on the project. And that would be our request for you tonight. One side note additionally, the resolution that's before you, and this was all outlined in the letter that we submitted yesterday, is still fundamentally flawed. Even if you were to desire and vote to, adopt the resolution, doing so would expose the city to significant liability because the resolution itself is fundamentally flawed, and I won't go into the details and the nuances of how it's flawed, except to say that it's been revised since the prior version that was brought to you in December. And most significantly, it was revised to add in data and information from the addendum that was prepared for the project, the addendum to the original Rialto Springs specific plan, EIR. The conclusion of the addendum was that the project would not result in any new significant impacts. For the resolution to then take that data, take that information out of context and apply it in a resolution to support a finding that the project would result in significant environmental impacts would be completely contrary to the addendum itself. It would take that data in a vacuum and it would apply it in a vacuum. and it would result in a fundamentally flawed resolution. And so we would urge you, number one, to not adopt the resolution of denial. We would urge you to act on the will of your residents, to act on the will of the appellant, and to vote to deny the appeal and let the Planning Commission's approval stand.
Thank you very much, State.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, Mayor Baca and members of the council. I'm Dana Privet with Kimley Horn. We're the city's CEQA consultant that prepared the addendum to the prior EIR. I just want to make a few comments. The first, in terms of the resolution, it clearly states on page 3 that the facts set forth in the addendum are correct and are incorporated by reference. But as mentioned by the prior speaker, the statements that are made specifically related to air quality, noise, health risks, traffic, public safety are stated in a way that just brings forth the information without any of the conclusions that are found in the addendum to the EIR and to the 11 studies that were done as part of that document to support that all of the impacts associated with the proposed project would be less than or similar to the assumptions in the prior document. But as stated, there was 11 technical analyses prepared specific to that project, which, as also mentioned, is, consistent with the general plan, consistent with the zoning, and is approximately 50% less in terms of the amount of development that is permitted on the site under the airport-specific plan. So while the resolution factually states that the addendum findings are correct, the information to support the denial does not identify the conclusions associated with that the air quality impacts would be less than significant, that the health risk assessment was prepared, that there are improvements that are being made towards providing for public safety associated with the provision of pedestrian sidewalks, provisions for traffic improvements, et cetera. So as a CEQA consultant, I am only here to talk about the factual. I am not here representing the applicant. I am not representing a decision. It's factually that there is information that is in the resolution that is not correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dana. Next.
Good evening, mayors, members of the City Council. My name is Stéphane Wandel. I represent the property owner. Most of you have heard me speak here on several occasions. As you know, we're a family company. We've been in the city for 25 years. We own several properties in various parts, and the property we're talking about today, the vast majority of that property has been a permitted contractor yard that we purchased nearly 20 years ago. So we were hoping with this application is to change the use to something that we felt was better than a contractor yard. As you know, we're a long-term property owner. We're almost local, an hour away. We care about the properties that we purchase and what we build. We've been in discussions on this property in the city for a very long time. We've looked at numerous types of site plans with staff, had the support of multiple planning directors over the years that we've been working this project. And we really worked very hard to have the plan that's entirely consistent with the zoning, that is as least intrusive to our neighbors as possible, while at the same time ensuring we have a quality project and that will attract quality tenants. You've heard from the rest of our team on the legal and the technical aspects, so I won't repeat those. What I would like to talk about is bring back the sense of working together that our company and the city have accomplished over the last 25 years. We're a fairly small company, but we have brought in numerous good employers in the city. We've invested over $80 million into the city in projects, infrastructure investments in various parts of the city. We'd like to continue that relationship. It's important to us. We are a long-term owner. That's how we do business, is with a long-term view. Initially, the project brought in concerns from the neighbors that ultimately resulted in an appeal, as you know. As you heard from me before, we've tried time and again and again and again to work with our neighbors. And as you also heard a week ago, we entered into a community benefits agreement with the appellant. In the process, we met with a great many of our neighbors. I just saw some that walked into the room, so they can vouch for the efforts, the significant efforts we've made to work with the community. That community benefit agreement has quite a few elements that were new that I think will reduce the impacts on the neighbors, and apparently our neighbors have agreed to. That's why the appellant asked to withdraw the appeal. So again, I'm appealing to the relationship, the city. Please let us proceed with this project. It's a good project. It will remove the longstanding blight in that part of town. It will bring significantly new infrastructure, provide sidewalks for the kids to go walk to school, traffic signal so they can cross Locust, which is a truck route. The traffic signal will help the kids cross a truck route safely. Not even talking about the $1.3 million in development impact fees that will contribute to the city for projects elsewhere in the city. So thank you for hearing me out. As you've heard, we really would appreciate the council rescinding the prior vote and voting no on upholding the appeal tonight. As you've heard from the city attorney, you have that option, and we would hope that you would understand the requests of our team, the appellants, and the neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. Pardon me?
It's no one that's put in to speak.
Okay. Eric?
Mayor, when you decide to close public comment, I will respond to some of the allegations that were made and provide some additional explanation.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Hearing none, then I will call on,
Point of order.
yes.
I'm going to have some questions for the proposer of this project, so I don't want to close anything without the ability to ask some questions.
You can close public comment and, of course,
Okay,
ask
I just want to make
questions.
sure.
Correct.
That's a point of order.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, fundamental fact to keep in mind that is on November 12th, 2024, the council unanimously passed a motion that was seconded to uphold the appeal and deny the project. That was, in fact, a final action. Tonight's action is simply an ancillary resolution that provides supporting information for that final decision. Why is that important? It's important because traditionally, if a process is ongoing and somebody files a withdrawal of their appeal, that can take away the ability. But in this case, we have a rare instance where council took final action, and then a month later we had a withdrawal. That withdrawal is not effective to nullify your decision. You're the adjudicatory body. You made a final decision. So we are in play tonight with your final action, the fact that we're adopting a resolution that has explanatory information, doesn't obviate your original action. Can we rely on data that's in the addendum? Of course. The addendum is, in fact, a document that's prepared for the governing body to help you identify if there are impacts on the environment of the project. You don't have to accept the conclusions that are in that document. You can look at the data. The resolution that we've provided to you has data, facts, that support your conclusion that there were impacts that are detrimental to the community. And those are simply just being memorialized. You can move forward with a denial tonight. The resolution will support that. You've taken final action. Your decision hasn't been obviated by the withdrawal of the appeal. And as I mentioned, you still maintain your legislative and adjudicatory ability to rescind your action should you choose to do that. If you choose to do that, I can explain how we go about doing it. But right now, what's on the table is a recommended upholding of the appeal and the denial.
Thank you very much. At this time, I call on Member Ed Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Vale, I'll start off with you first. Tonight's item is not to approve this project. The project was previously denied as a result of an appeal presented by CCAEJ, Ms. Anna Gonzalez. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And tonight's function is to strictly approve the resolution which upheld her appeal.
That is correct.
Okay. If the applicant, and as I look at this agreement, if the applicant so desired to bring the project back to the city, they could bring it back to, and since it's substantially different than it was prior, they could bring it back to the Planning Department and Planning Commission for a relook at it. Is that not correct?
The applicant would be able to file a new application with the Planning Department, yes.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, who is the staff member that's handling this? Mr. Casey?
Good evening. Yep.
Good evening. I have a question for you regarding this settlement release and community benefit agreement. Were you involved in the negotiation of this agreement?
No, not at all.
Was anybody in the city involved in the negotiation of this agreement?
Not to any of my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you're not familiar with the agreement. Have you seen it?
No, I have not gone through the agreement, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I have another question. Does Kimberly Horn have a contract with the city for other work?
Yes, they are doing some work for the city.
And
currently, yes.
what is that related to?
They are currently preparing an environmental impact report for a project on Myro and Iola in the Renaissance Pacific Plan.
For the city of Rialto?
For the city of Rialto.
But they also work for developers?
Correct.
Does your department direct them or direct developers to use Kimberly Horn?
No, no. Planning does not make any recommendations, any consultant.
In your personal opinion, is there any conflict involved there?
I don't have an opinion one way or the other.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Which takes me to whoever prepared this agreement. Would that be the applicant? Mr. Waddell, would that be you? Could I ask you a few questions regarding this? Good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening.
There are a number of changes and a number of things you've proposed to do in this project, all of which look good, I think, and probably are good, but was the city involved in the negotiation of this agreement?
No, the city was not involved in the negotiation of the agreement. The city participated in getting the parties together, meeting in the planning department conference rooms, facilitated quite a few conversations with the appellant and the property owners. And
Here at the city?
Yes, of course, in the planning conference room.
So what would make you come to the conclusion that the individual, Ms. Gonzalez, for CCAEJ could drop her appeal after we upheld it and negotiate a community benefit agreement over and around the city of Rialto?
My point never was to try to supplement any approval powers from the city. I think many of our discussions long before the November vote, I believe I shared with all of you that were on council and staff that we had worked with the community extensively in the past. At council that night, I made the same plea. We just continued the effort to reach resolution for our neighbor. As a long-term property owner, that's what we want to do, is meet with our neighbors, talk to our neighbors, address their concerns. The agreement that's in front of you is exactly that, is an attempt to listen to our neighbors and to work with their concerns. And I believe we've done that. And,
Okay, and you had a number of meetings with the neighbors?
correct.
And there was a number of them, do you know the number that were opposed to the project?
In total, I would say 5, 6, maybe more that I directly spoke to.
Does the number 19, is that familiar?
I've heard that number, but no, I'm not familiar
Okay.
who those 19 may be.
Back to the agreement, section D29.
Yes, sir.
It has been amended as follows. As a result of potential concerns about the optics of this section D29 of the agreement with which provide environmental mitigation funding directly to residents, CCAEJ and RSLLC agreed to remove this section. The parties believe this agreement, even absent this section, is beneficial to our neighbors and residents of the city, residents of Rialto. Can you tell me what you removed from this item?
It was item 29 of the agreement, which provided a mitigation fund for the residents who had specific concerns about noise, dust, to improve their properties, their windows. So that was the intent of section 29. When we heard that there were quite a bit of concerns around the optics of that, we spoke between the appellant and our team, and we came to the conclusion, as you just read, that there's plenty of benefits for the community without this mitigation fund.
What was the dollar amount of that mitigation?
It was a total of $150,000 as a reimbursement for specific property improvements.
That was to be divided up amongst how many residents?
Those who asked and could demonstrate they had a concern.
And would anybody that lives within so many feet of that qualify for that?
It was within residents who live within 150 feet. It did not specify any particular individuals.
Was that only to residents that opposed the project?
You know, as you probably implied, I don't know everybody who spoke to this project, so I can't answer your question. I don't know the answer.
So in other words, if a resident supported the project and they decided they wanted new windows, air conditioner, filters, whatever, they would have been able to obtain the money?
They would have the opportunity to request, and if it met the requirements.
And do you know how many residents are within 500 feet?
I'm not sure entirely. It's
Much
probably
more than 19 or 8,
Okay.
correct?
I'm certain you're right.
Okay. Why exactly did you remove it?
We were concerned, we were informed that a number of people had concerns about the optics, so that never was our intent. This entire agreement was intended in good faith to work with the residents to address all the concerns that we heard in our various meetings. It was done in good faith when we were informed that a number of people had concerns about the optics. Exactly as the amendment says, we felt there was plenty of good things in this agreement, and this was removed.
So, having taken this out, it is no longer your intent to provide any residents up there with any dollar amounts to deal with windows, air conditioning, filters, is that correct?
At the moment, it's not part of the agreements. If the project's allowed going forward, we will absolutely listen to residents who have concerns, but.
So what you're saying is you don't have it in the agreement, but you still intend to give money?
No, sir, that's not, I don't believe that's what I said. I said we always will listen to our neighbors, sir, is what I believe I said.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Casey, I have one more question for you. there's been members of this community at the last council meeting that made the allegation that this city council was having backdoor meetings with staff and the applicant and negotiating this agreement. To your knowledge, did that ever occur?
No, never
Was
occurred, never
anybody
made
on
no
this
mention.
council in any meeting with Ms. Gonzalez, staff, or the applicant?
No, I'm not aware of such.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Art. Any other questions from members of the council? I just have a question for Waddell. Can you please come back up, please?
Yes, of course.
Yes, sir.
I know that you have an interest in trying to do what's good for the city in reference to this particular project, and you knew that on November the 12th that was denied at that point, and in reference to the upholding the appeal. But it seems like if you were really interested, that you would have got the city involved in part of this negotiation, so this way all residents in that area that would be impacted by that particular warehouse would not only be aware, but, you know, compensating just a few, whether it's 5, 6, or 19, it just doesn't seem right when we've got everybody in that area that may have been impacted, that could be impacted by this warehouse, that could be in that immediate area. Not to take away anything from labor in terms of labor doing the job, because we believe in, I think all of us here believe that everything should have a labor agreement, you know. But in reference to the residents, because we care about what's the best interest of the residents in the city of Rialto. And that's why we have staff. It seems like, you know, you're negotiating with someone else, and that's, you know, and I understand that it was, you know, CCAA, CJ, but we have staff members that, you know, you should have been contacting and working with them, and they could have come to the appropriate committee or come back to Economic Development Committee, and they would have then decided whether we should uphold the appeal or not the appeal. But it's just like running around us in terms of the city itself, and I say us because we're part of the city.
Sure.
It just doesn't seem right, you know.
Well, sir, I appreciate your concern, as I shared with the Mayor Pro Tem. My intent was never to go around the city and the City Council. I believe all members of the City Council received multiple emails from me on updates that we were having these discussions. I'm told senior staff was briefing the council periodically. So going around someone was the exact opposite of what I was trying to do. My emails that many of you, if not all of you, received was intended exactly that, to keep you informed, so there would be no surprise that these discussions were taking place. My attempt, as I shared with you the night of the hearing, is we can work with the community, we can find a solution. You know, I still think it's in the interest of us as a property owner to speak to our neighbors, to make good with our neighbors. As I said, all of it was intended with the best of intentions. There was no ill feeling, no ill intent. You know, it was simply making good of a commitment I made to all of you on the council on November 12th and before.
Do you think it would probably be more appropriate, since you have the, I guess, the responsibility or the authority to go back and resubmit, so this way we start from ground one, but we all start being involved in what we think is good for the whole community versus, you know, the action that's there. And that means that we would uphold the appeal, and then you have an opportunity to reapply. Is that correct, Attorney General, Ernie? Attorney?
It would depend on the nature of the submittal, of course. It couldn't oppose the exact same thing, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so one thought on that, if I can, since it sounds like you were asking me a question. Presenting another project is going to be very difficult. First, because of AB 98 is completely changing the regulations around properties. We don't mind trying, but the level of community benefits we've committed is not financially practical with the new AB 98. This isn't me trying to avoid the conversation or a new project. I'm simply letting you know what the facts and the state laws are. So, one of the big projects that we wanted to do going back 6-7 years when this first came up was, can we remove the blight and rebuild West Coast Boulevard? With another project consistent with AB 98, the financials just won't work. As Mr. Scott pointed out in the last hearing, it's not all about the money, but it's, we need to make sure, as all of us would do, if we have an investment, that investment needs to have a minimal return. We can't just, I can't, our board would never agree to us making a project that makes no financial sense whatsoever. It doesn't please me to tell you this. I would have preferred to tell you that we want to continue working with the city, and at the risk of being repetitive, that's why we spent 5 years on studying this project, presenting multiple site plans. Mr. Casey can attest to this. He has seen many a site plan from us, though, that he did not like and he recommended against. The setback from our neighbors with this agreement is approximately 110 feet. It's 3 times what's recommended by code. It's 3 times more than other warehouses that are neighboring us on the same side of the street with the same but different residents. This plan is a dramatic improvement of what else was developed and approved by the city. We really stretched with building West Coast, building sidewalks on the north side, which is not a city requirement, was a voluntary benefit, making additional voluntary benefits for contributing to the local's traffic signal. This agreement has quite a few voluntary benefits in there that we thought was in the best interest of everyone, starting with our neighbors, listening to their concerns. So
we understand, and I think there was some questions that were asked earlier by Council Member Scott in reference to how many individuals were actually contacted, in the immediate area. But we have a responsibility also to uphold the law. If AB 98 becomes law, which it has, then we have that responsibility as well. Yes. So we don't want to circumvent that law too as well. And as a council, as the city, we have that responsibility. So. Yep.
Yes, sir.
But I thank you very much.
No, thank you. I really appreciate the time, and that wasn't my intent. You're, of course, free to make the decision you think is appropriate. I wanted to give you the facts so you can make a decision. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for the time.
Mm-hmm.
If I could just briefly be heard
Mayor,
on the
public comment has been closed, so unless you have questions for him, Mr. Gosney has already submitted a 9-page letter that I'm sure makes his point.
I just had a request about
I'm sorry, but public comment has already been closed, and it was for members to ask the question. Thank you very much. Do I hear?
I have some comments before.
Yes.
I'm concerned that there were a number of residents that came into this council chambers and opposed this project. And they were purported to be represented by CCAEJ. And yet we upheld the appeal of CCAEJ for some very obvious reasons. And then after we uphold it, CCAEJ goes around us and negotiates a settlement to this issue in exchange for a number of items which included amounts of money to residents, including the ones that opposed the project. That looks a little smelly to me. I'm really bothered by this, and to my knowledge, the city has never had an outside environmental company or organization negotiate community benefits for us. I think that's correct, isn't it, Mr. Vail?
Not to my knowledge, no.
CCAEJ, 2 weeks ago, we paid $150,000 to their lawyer after they filed a lawsuit against us on a housing element. It's not the first time that we've settled a lawsuit with CCAEJ. Now they're coming around behind the council after it's made a legislative action and offering money to people to not object to a project. That is just simply not right. So, having said that, having said that, I will make a motion to approve Resolution 8317.
Do I hear a second? Second it. Any further discussion?
Roll call.
Roll call.
If I may, I have a question. City Attorney at the beginning of the tab item had mentioned some other options.
Yes, one of the options the council would have would be to rescind its final action that it took in November and order the modified project that has been presented in the settlement agreement that you have in front of you to go back to the Planning Commission for further consideration.
Okay, and then some of us who weren't here for that decision would not be able to be part of rescinding that?
No, that's not correct. You can
Okay.
take action. You've reviewed the material with
Just
regard
wanted
to this.
clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Scott,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrie Sellers,
Aye.
Councilmember Perez,
No.
Councilmember Matoya,
Aye.
Mayor Baca.
Aye.
City Attorney, can you explain what we just did? We have a 4-1.
Yes, that resolution passes. Resolution 8317 passes 4-1. That results in upholding the appeal and denying of the project.
Thank you. Next item is tab 2.
Mayor, I've been asked to present this item also. I will note, though, that Director Cataldi and, where is he? There he is, Daniel, has additional information should you need any about some of these things. Bear with me on this. I need to go in a little more detail on this project. This is a recommendation that you adopt what's called an interim urgency ordinance under Government Code Section 65858. It would be urgency ordinance number 1697, entitled An Urgency Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rialto, California, declaring a temporary moratorium on the establishment, modification, expansion, or intensification of indoor storage facilities within the jurisdictional boundaries of the City of Rialto. It has come to staff and I think the council's attention that due to recent rapid expansion of industrial developments within the city and neighboring communities, and particularly the development and expansion of indoor storage facilities, residents and businesses have experienced the various adverse impacts related to these industrial developments. As such, there's an urgent need to review and revise the general plan, zoning ordinances, and other applicable policies and regulations that relate to indoor storage facilities. This is going to require a reasonable period of time and study for staff to report back to council on exactly what the recommendations and options are. Facts supporting the moratorium are there's a potential adverse impacts on the environment from traffic, aesthetics, and visual quality of properties within the city. These are all based on new indoor storage facilities. land use and zoning designations due to encroachment of indoor storage facilities, projects in the proximity of residential uses and the impacts of residential uses on indoor storage facilities, and land use and zoning designations due to recent adoption of AB Assembly Bill 98, the increase of truck traffic on city streets that has not been fully mitigated by modification of truck routes, and a potential impact on sensitive receptors and sensitive uses which shall include existing residential uses, churches, schools, and recreational parks that are in proximity to zones where potential new indoor storage facilities could be developed, or existing indoor storage facilities that could be expanded or intensified. And we need to look at the efficacy of the 1,000-foot radius buffer from sensitive uses, including residential zones. If you proceed to adopt this tonight, you will be finding that the establishment, expansion, intensification, development, and construction of indoor storage facilities presents an immediate threat to the public health, safety, and welfare of the city. And based on that, you would be adopting a moratorium that applies to the issuance of any permit approval, including but not limited to grading, infrastructure, building, temporary certificates of occupancy, conditional use permits, conditional development permits, variances, change of zoning, or general plan designations for new, expanded, or intensified indoor storage facility or use or development. Indoor storage facility is defined as it is in our municipal code, and the effect of this would be to limit, obviously, any new application. I shouldn't say it limits applications. Applications can continue to be filed and processed, but it would limit the issuance of approvals or permits for any new, expanded, intensified warehouse use, with 4 exceptions. And I apologize in advance that the resolution that's in your packet isn't the one that we're going to ask you to adopt. It is the one that was handed out separately. It does have some redlining on it. And the reason for the redlining is largely staff in my office's consideration of a number of objections to the moratorium for businesses that were significantly in the process of development or had already received their approvals. And because of that, the moratorium, as we're proposing, would not apply to the following. It would not apply to projects that are already approved by the City Council or Planning Commission, and their project or permits have not yet expired. It would not apply to any project that is more than 500 feet from an existing residential use, church, schools, or recreational parks. It also would not apply to any warehouse use or storage facility that is less than 100,000 square feet in floor area. And finally, it wouldn't apply to projects on properties within the general manufactured, that's the IGM land use district of the Rialto airport specific plan. Why that last one? That project is in the heart of a very large industrial area, and it's also within a Superfund site zone, and we felt that it was appropriate to allow development of warehouses in that zone. With that, council members, finally, I want to point out that this isn't a public hearing. This is only a regular item. Because it's not a public hearing, the interim urgency ordinance will only be in place for a period of 45 days. Within that 45-day period, staff will have to return to you with a report that identifies the types of things that need to be done, need to be studied, gives an estimate as to how much time will be necessary. And then we will probably need to return to you within 30 days and ask for a continuance of the moratorium. At that time, there will be a public hearing. It will be noticed in advance. The report has to be issued 10 days before the hearing, be open to the public to look at the report. And the council will be able to extend that moratorium for up to, I believe it's 1 year and 10 days. And then you could subsequently come back and continue it for 1 more year if necessary. You can also continue it for a lesser period of time, but we'll be recommending a time period in the report on how long staff thinks it's going to take to put that together. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. This is a unique item. We don't normally see these. This does require 4 of the 5 council members to vote for it to take effect. With that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. If I may, you know, in light of getting this document, all of us have not had an opportunity to look at the amendment that was just submitted that was redlined. I've had an opportunity to read what was proposed to us plus what the resolution itself called for. And I was going to make reference to the moratorium shall not apply to any applicant proposing a new indoor storage facility or proposing or expansion or intensification of any existing indoor storage facility that has been deemed complete by the city. And that's something that you said within 500 feet sensitive. And then, of course, what you went on to is that it does take, 4 members to vote for this, and it's a 45-day. And in light of that, I think that we should probably, table this and have an opportunity for EDC to review it, ourselves to review it, and then come back and vote on this particular item at a time that we all are very knowledgeable on it, other than what was presented to that, and we appreciate that very much, but that's up to members of the council if they wish to do so or to take action at this point. Andy Canocetas, you had your ears on first. Okay. And Scott, Councilmember Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It would be my intention and desire to move forward with this tonight, but I think it's important for people to know why we wanted to look at a moratorium. And it is because we have some inconsistent zoning that conflicts, industrial zoning that conflicts with residential zoning, and we want people in our community to be able to live frankly in peace and frankly in neighborhoods that aren't being, where there's no intrusion by warehouses limiting their view and whatnot. Gabe, if you could roll up those slides, I want to show everybody in this community example of exactly what I'm talking about. This is a warehouse on Locust Avenue. And if you'll stop at that slide, Gabe, please. If you'll notice, that warehouse is right up against a residential neighborhood. You can walk out your back door when you want a barbecue and you're looking 40 feet up in the air. Nobody should have to live like that. And most of those people that went to those public meetings that was presented when that warehouse was built had no idea how intrusive that was going to be until after it was done. It's just not how anybody should have to live in their home and go in the backyard. Not only do you look at that wall, but it blocks any airflow in those backyards. Next slide, Gabe. That's what you look at from your front yard. Can you imagine what you're looking at from your backyard? It's just not a good situation. So we on the council wanted to address these situations so they don't continue to happen. And I realize that AB 98 deals with a lot of this, but we as a city need to maybe take even a stronger action and deal with it. There's plenty of land in the city left to build warehouses. We're not against warehouses. We're not against growth. We certainly support labor agreements and projects. But we also have an obligation to our residents to make sure that they live in the same house that they bought, not 15 years later have to walk out their back door and look at that. So that was our desire to do it. It's not to affect any projects in industrial areas. It's not to stop warehouses at all. We've done very well with warehouses. We make a lot of sales tax on warehouses. We provide a lot of jobs with warehouses, and we're all in support of that. Community benefit agreements that the city negotiates, we're in favor of that too. But I really think we should try to move forward with this tonight. And what it does do is, your redlining protects any project that's already in the pipeline. And I know some of you in the labor groups have contacted me about projects that are already underway, specifically the one up in the Superfund area. That will not affect that project. It will not affect any projects south of the 10 freeway. Those projects would continue to go. But we do need to look at the zoning in the city. We do need to adjust that zoning and make sure that our residential homes are protected. We don't want to be building warehouses where there should be residential homes, and we don't want to be building homes where there should be industrial. So it would be my desire to move forward with this tonight.
Any other discussion? If not, then we'll ask for,
Mayor, we do need public comment.
That's what I was gonna ask
Yeah,
for.
you have about 30.
And I will add, Mayor, one thing. The council isn't locked into this language, even if you adopt it tonight. When you come back in 45 days, you can, in the interim, you can send it to EDC, you can recommend tweaks to it and modify it however you want to when we come back to adopt it for a longer period of time.
Okay. So at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. We'll start calling the first person.
Are you gonna go for 2 minutes, 3 minutes? What are you going with?
How many do we have? 30.
30,
If we can possibly limit it to 2 minutes, and if you go a little bit over, we'll extend you that courtesy, but try not to be too long, in the interest of trying to get all 30 to have a say-so. And as I stated before, if it's repeating the same thing, just come up and state your name and say, I'm against it or for it. Okay? So we'll begin with the first one.
Elijah Gonzalez. Amy Smith. You guys can come up to the microphone, please, if you're here. No, you can come on in.
I didn't want to cut somebody off. Good evening. My name is Amy Smith, and I'm here representing CARE California. I came tonight to vocalize the issues that exist with Ordinance 1697 and the impacts that it will have both short-term and long-term on the city of Rialto and San Bernardino County as a whole. People are always so quick to shoot down warehouse space and scream about the impacts that they're going to have on the environment and the community. But those same people that are shouting these issues are the same ones that are quick to forget the other human and economic impacts that come with the exact same building projects. Each building project built brings local jobs into our community from the moment that ground breaks into the decades of employment thereafter. Those same buildings assure that developers create jobs, that manufacturers and distributors hire for new positions, and that previously unemployed and underemployed persons are now able to put roofs over their families' heads and food onto their tables. And those same buildings create an economic stimulus through the taxes, the jobs, and the community benefits agreements. To say that warehouses shouldn't be built in your city or they should go elsewhere is both extremely detrimental and extremely, frankly, NIMBY of you to say. Finally, I wanted to remind you all that are present that California already has some of the strongest and strictest existing environmental protection rules and regulations in the nation. Rialto should be looking to utilize the existing regulations that are in place, like the Good Neighbor Policy and the studies by the South Coast Air Quality Management Board, better than opposed to trying to make new ordinances when there's already good existing ones. When considering and making your votes tonight, please step out of your shoes for a moment and into those shoes of the persons that would benefit and are assisted throughout the entire life of these buildings. There are construction workers in this room tonight who want to work closer to home, want to build beautiful and strong projects for your city. And there are people who wish they were employed and could provide for their families. And there are individuals who are seeking to support our economy and that it is strengthened each and every time that you say yes to one of these projects. Please stop and think about these voices when you vote tonight.
Thank you, Amy. Next.
Was the next person coming in? That's him? No? No, it was, yes, that's him. Oh.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Eli Gonzalez here with the Ironworkers District Council. And I come here to ask you guys to vote no on Ordinance 1697. If this ordinance is put in place, you are taking away from potential good-paying jobs and benefits from hundreds, if not thousands, of people long-term. We feel that every project should be able to be brought to the development process and given fair consideration. It's unfair to place new burdens on developers after the fact. It's plainly wrong to tell them to pause their plans after they have already applied. Whether a project is approved and built should be on a case-by-case basis and be left up to votes, not stopped altogether. Think about the long-term effects of this ordinance and the people will negatively impact, and vote no tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Omar Coban.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, City of Rialto residents. My name is Omar Cobian, representing over 11,000 members that live right here in the Inland Empire, and over 500 that live right here in the City of Rialto. I want to start today by sharing how my day went. I attended a Congressman Raul Ruiz's roundtable today with a lot of different labor trades today, and on the subject was the funding freeze, the federal funding freeze that would cost, put a lot of projects in jeopardy, thousands of union members in jeopardy. Right now with the attacks that our unions are facing, unfortunately with this new administration, we have to realize that we have to fight for good union jobs here locally. And I understand that picture that was shown, that's an egregious picture, an example. Sorry to see that. But putting a moratorium, an ordinance 1697 would not only just deter developers, but it would really prohibit good developers, good projects coming to light and being voted on a case-to-case basis on merit and value and the community benefits agreement. Putting a moratorium would limit really projects locally. We are now working with the Rialto Unified School District to make sure that we have those pathways for these young students to work here in the community. We actually have a young man that's going to be speaking in a little bit to share his story. So I implore you to really consider this and vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar.
Bento Medina's. Is he here? Medina's, Bento Medina's. While he's coming up, Andy, I'm not understanding your writing. Is anyone here? Is Andy? Sorry if I have to say your address, P.O. Box 222. Okay, thank you.
I'll keep it quick. My name's Andy DeLeon, live in Rialto.
What does that look
P.O.
like?
Box 222, as she said. And I do not support the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
If I'm mispronouncing you guys' name, I'm sorry, because you guys didn't print, so. Jesse, so sorry I have to say your P.O. Box, your address, 850, North Lilac.
Benito Benitez.
Is it Jesse?
Oh, Jesse.
Oh, you're Benito, okay. I got you, okay. You're fine. Okay.
Well, thank you for you guys' time. I want to tell you guys if you guys could support this job that for not only for our members, but for new job opportunities for others. That's pretty much all I got to say.
Thank you, Benito.
Andrew Guzman?
Good evening, Council. This is Andrew Guzman, Rialto, live out here, resident. Just would like to say we oppose this ordinance just due to the impact in the community. We all worked a long day today, all still organized to be out here, and just to tell you guys, just please hear us out, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Miguel Guzman?
Good evening. My name is Miguel Guzman. I'm a carpenter with Local 909. I've been living here in Rialto for 16 years, going on 17 years. And I just want to say that we would like to bring jobs to Rialto. That way I can spend some time with my family, work locally, and not be in traffic for 2 or 3 hours. So please vote no. Thank you.
Sebastian Yarbrough?
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and the City of Rialto. My name is Sebastian Barra, a graduate here in the City of Rialto from Carter High School. I came into the Carpenters Union from a program called Career Connections. Sorry, it's my first time speaking. I came in through this program from Career Connections, and it's really beneficial for young people like myself. That way we can work close to home. I was building the Rialto police station not too long ago. I was building the Rialto police station not that long ago, where the architectural drawings had to be revised, and I had to go look for work out in the city of Los Angeles. And now I'm sitting in traffic for 2 to 3 hours, and I want to be close to home. I have a almost 10-month baby, and I want to be with him while he grows up, not to sit in traffic. We also should have union carpenters maintaining our school district. That way we can expose the knowledge to the younger students that are wondering what kind of tools are we pushing on the carts, what do we do, and what kind of benefits and wages we make. That's what I have to say. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mark
Madam Clerk, if you can.
Mark Castellino?
Madam Clerk, if you can call maybe 3 names, so this way they're right behind him and they can.
Well, let me say this, Simpson's writing is really bad. They didn't print, if they already know if they can sign up, I mean, I'm sorry, just line up here when the next person just come, I still have, can't understand that writing. So, Mark Castellino, after Mark comes Sanchez. I have no idea. But if you have signed up, you know you've signed up, just line up here, please, and then,
Come on down.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Let me know when time starts. Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Joe Baca, Council, all my brothers and sisters in the labor trades. I'm a longtime resident here in Rialto. I have made my living through the union trades. And through these trades, I've had the ability to afford a home here in Las Colinas, up in the most northern point. If it were not for this type of work in these areas, I don't know how I would survive raising 3 grandchildren that I didn't expect due to the fact my son got in a little bit of trouble. So working local has a big deal to work with people in this area, in the trades. And when you say 45 days to cogitate on it, that's the difference between us getting a good year and a bad year where we don't get vested. So time is of the essence, yeah, for all of us union workers, we know what that means. So I would encourage you all to disregard any kind of approval of this at this time, and I vote nay on number 1697.
Thank you, Mark.
State your name for me.
Evening, my name's Pedro Vasquez. And I just wanted to thank you all, council members, mayor, for spending your time to listen to us. As a carpenter, I don't get the benefit of being so close to home. I'm sure you all live here. I am ran through traffic. I got to get up super early, 4 o'clock, sometimes 3, sometimes 2. And regardless of that, I still have to drive back, right? My day is pretty brutal. I do concrete work. I do tilt-up, that specific work that you are affecting. My hands are calloused. My hips are purple sometimes. Not often, but blood is drawn sometimes on the job site. My lungs are filled with some dirt at times and sawdust. And it's a brutal job. And I wouldn't change it for anything. I would still do that type of work. That's how much I love it. I agree with my other brother over here. 45 days is brutal. Maybe. You said probably back in 45 days. Is the difference between, try not to breathe for 45 days. That's what it feels like. It's brutal, and our lives are already tough as it is. My job, my trade is already difficult. As you know, construction workers sometimes aren't the nicest people. So please, I beg you to not make my craft harder than it is. Thank you.
Sir, Mayor Joe Baca and council members, my name is Robert Lugan, AKA Mad Dog, with my brother's Local 416 Iron Workers. I served with them for 42 years, and I'm still with them. And I'm speaking here today on behalf of myself and 5,000 iron workers that live in Southern California, plus all the union workers here, my brothers and sisters of the union trades. I am let's see, I had to cut some of this stuff out since it's only 2 minutes. I served in the Marine Corps, and I am a product of hard hats to helmets to hard hats. And so we get a lot of military personnel that come out of Afghanistan, Kuwait, and then they join the trade and earn a living to buy a house and not be a
a Walmart greeter. I'm an instructor for high schoolers and junior college level. I'm an MC3, pre-apprentice program instructor. And my brother, State Assembly Senator James C. Ramos, he backs up my program because we're trying to get these young ones to learn the trade. And what better is to teach the young ones in the city of Rialto so they could have a house of their own and support their family. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Honorable Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a proud member of Labor's International Union of North America, and we are here to fully oppose the temporary moratorium tonight. As a father of 4 wonderful children, you know, it's a big responsibility for me to provide, you know, my housing for them, the utilities, the food, all the activities that they want to do in life, and, you know, all the things that arise in daily life for a parent that a parent has to pay for. And when the work stops, I want to tell you, it's a heavy thing on us. The first thing that goes is all the little things we have in life to enjoy next to children's activities. And pretty soon comes the time when we're struggling to pay the utilities and then down to the mortgage and housing. Some of us don't make it through that valley. Some of us lose everything. But some of us go into a heavy debt and, you know, God willing, we're able to pay it off. But it's never good. It's always something that's really heavy on the household. It's depressing, it's stressful, and it takes a heavy toll on our children and our spouses. Not only that, some of us need to accumulate a certain amount of hours every quarter to keep our medical benefits going, to provide medicines and very critical medical care that some of our loved ones need. There's some in this very room, some very close friends of mine that help their aging parents. You know, pretty soon I'm going to be in that position. And we depend on these jobs for all these people who depend on us. Well, if you take this from us, you're cutting off the lifelines of many people. It'll be a harsh effect on more than just the people in this room. It'll be a harsh effect on our children. So I'm asking you tonight to please, before you make any rash decisions, to consider all of the people that this is going to affect in a very negative way. You know, these projects bring a lot of blessings to this area. And, you know, we have the opportunity to work and earn a living wage and a pension and medical benefits. So much is benefited from these projects. Please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Orlando Garcia, proud member of the Carpenters Local 909. As you heard the numbers, 11,000 members in the Inland Valley, 500 plus here. I'm also a training coordinator with the Carpenters Union. But most important to you guys, I grew up in the city. Went to Boyd Elementary, went to Rialto Middle, the old Rialto, and then when JHU opened, I went to JHU. Then I graduated proudly from Rialto. I have class of 2003. Well, that's a long time ago. Seems like a long time ago. At 17 and a half years old, this young man right here joined the Carpenters Union. I'm proud to say, and I'm glad I did because I don't know where I'd be. I'm a proud member of this community. I've lived here my whole life. Have children now that go to school here, and I'm here to oppose this moratorium. You know, you guys are gonna sit here and hear a lot of the same stuff, but I hope you guys just rationalize and really feel what a lot of these people are talking about. This 45-day thing, we know how long that's gonna get into. You're gonna come back. There's gonna be some more redlining. There's gonna be some alters to the verbiage. But what you guys don't realize, it's affecting a lot of people negatively. Moratorium simply means stopping jobs. I don't know any city in this inland area that should be stopping any type of jobs unless they're illegal jobs. If you have a reasonable, responsible developers that want to come build in your city, bring tax revenue, I don't understand why they're being stopped. We talked about case-by-case basis. I mean, you guys should be doing your work with the building development and figure out the setbacks and whatnot prior to these projects going in and hitting them individually. simply putting a blanket and saying, hey, we're stopping these jobs, I think you guys are doing a disservice if you move forward with this tonight, to all the residents that you're impacting here. A couple of economic impact that I see, job loss, not only for construction, but logistics. Some of these individuals coming out of school, they're gonna be graduating from Rialto and Carter and Ike. College might not be for them. We heard CTE programs, that's career technical education. You know, we have a great career pathway for some of these youth. And I see the time here, and respect to your guys' time, I strongly urge you not to just sit here and go through the motions and hear talk speaker after speaker and really listen to where we're coming from. You have a lot of your constituents in this room too. Not only in the air, but there's about 80 to 100 people outside taking time out of their day to come and just strongly oppose this moratorium 1697. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jose Munguia. I live in Rialto. Being part of the union for 10 years plus, I can tell a lot about my history, but I think the main thing is we live on the city, so everybody's asking the same thing. Try to be close to the family. Most of we had to travel like 3 hours in the morning, plus 3 hours on the traffic. So I come to support the job. So just to be close to a family. I mean, that's not point to be working far from my house and then have to come just to sleep and see my baby I saw just on the weekends. I think that's not part of the life. And I come to support the jobs.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening. I'm sorry. Good evening, City of Rialto Mayor and City Council members. My name is Julie Liu. I am a representative out of Carpenters Local 909, 8 years in the trade, interior systems. And I'm here on behalf of my brothers and sisters to oppose the moratorium. And I know this is a very tough decision for you all, so we respect your time in making this decision. But I would like to just ask if you've ever thought of opportunities for organized construction workers in this way. When we come across military personnel, we typically thank them for their service and sacrifices to this country. I'll throw it out there. My sister, 13 years of the United States Army and is a captain, so I'm very proud of her. And I've learned a lot from her as far as discipline. And I'm not comparing construction workers to military or anything like that. However, we built this country and the many buildings that you get to call your shelter, your place of work, facilities to grow your families and to satisfy your lifestyles. And there's a structure and system to the military to have benefits to protect our country and to have benefits and retirement. However, there's not a local, state, or nationwide structure for construction workers, and that is why we have to keep fighting for our work opportunities. And I would like to ask everyone in this room, when you're in a sports facility, hotel, hospital, civic center, whatever it is that satisfies your lifestyle, have you ever thought about the construction workers that have sacrificed for this? And the thing is, most construction workers I know don't ask for a thank you. All we want is just consistent work. And as our brother here had mentioned, consistent work contributes to us being able to keep our health benefits and and contributing to our retirement. So again, I'm here to oppose the moratorium on behalf of our brothers and sisters, and I really appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
How you guys doing? I'm David Weaver with Local 909, and I'm against the moratorium and everything about it. For all the obvious reasons, it doesn't make any sense. The city's gonna lose money. Possible money that's coming up. You guys taking jobs out of people's hands that maybe don't have other opportunities. Maybe they need to work in a warehouse because maybe they're not that smart or something. Just saying, but not in any disrespect to warehouse workers, but it's taking work away from the future. It's taking workers from all of us up in here that are, work diligently, use our brains and do our best to keep these structures intact and up to code and everything like that. And I just want to say I'm opposed to the moratorium. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Victor Lopez, and I'm here on behalf of the iron workers to ask for you to vote no on Ordinance 1697. Tonight, I wanted to call your attention to an important matter. The state of California official guidelines for Rialto classified as a family of four making about $38,800 a year as a low income. That's because of higher grocery bills, higher utility bills, higher gas prices, higher insurance rates, and higher rents. So for this council to support an ordinance that will stop potential projects that will feed our families and put roofs over their heads is both hurtful and harmful. You cannot allow an ordinance to pass that will be so bad for so many of your residents, like myself. We cannot afford to have our local skilled workforce to lose much of their livelihood. Please vote no and do not support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Paige Gosling. I was before you earlier. I've put on my just general industrial developer, attorney, land use attorney hat. A couple of brief comments. An urgency ordinance, by its very nature, requires urgency, imminent, irreparable harm. Mayor Baca, your request for a continuance, that this go to EDC, this be studied by the city, all of that is evidence and an indication that there is no urgency. There is no laundry list of projects that are cited for properties next to residential that are clogging up the pipeline, that are coming down, that we're not going to be able to stop. And even if that were the case, AB 98 has been bandied about tonight. AB 98 is going to prevent the projects that you were just showing on those slides tonight because of the setback requirements and otherwise. So without the moratorium, that type of project is not going to be possible moving forward. But on top of that, you also retain the authority, as you did tonight, to deny projects that are fully compliant with zoning, development standards, your indoor and outdoor storage use regulations, which just 2 or 3 years ago, you had a moratorium that resulted in those indoor and outdoor storage use regulations, which are fantastic, which I think reasonably govern and regulate industrial projects that are sited next to residential. So you've got multiple layers of protection for those types of projects. There's no urgency, there's no requirement that it be adopted tonight. Finally, the changes to the language I think are helpful. They help clarify some of those projects that are subject to the ordinance and without. I think there's still ambiguity there. One point in particular, the 500-foot buffer, it's not clear if it runs from the dock door, from the property line, where is it measured from? So there's additional, if the council was going to move forward, there's additional clarification that should be made to help identify those types of issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nathaniel Roscoe. I'm a carpenter from the local 909, and I want to say that I'm against this moratorium. For the reason being, just because I was brought into the trade doing tilt-up work, so with the work being so scarce for me in the area, I was not forced, but the closest job I could find for me at the time was is all the way in San Diego right now. So it's an hour and a half drive over there, and usually 4 to 3 hours back. It would benefit me just so I can spend more time with my family and hopefully be able to provide and take care of them. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looks like someone left their book up here. But good evening. My name is Thomas Ruiz. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight, and thank you on behalf of the trades that showed up tonight to show support against this moratorium. Like I said, my name is Thomas Ruiz. I'm a representative of the Laborers International Union Local 783. We represent about 2,000 members here in San Bernardino, Inyo, and Mono counties. With that being said, our district council represents about 37,000 members in Southern California, many who are residents or live in the surrounding community of Rialto. We are here to strongly oppose the moratorium proposal. The idea of limiting jobs and opportunities is not something LIUNA can support. There's no need to pass a moratorium for the things that can be addressed on a project-by-project basis from a scoping meeting, planning commission, or from the city council dais. Rialto was one of the first cities to pass a good neighbor policy to address warehouse development, establishing truck routes to avoid sensitive receptors, sufficient building buffering and landscaping, location of truck and dock doors, parameters for siting projects near sensitive receptors. With the passing of AB 98, that was proactive negotiations with elected officials, environmental, community, and labor and business, this law is in place and should address any concerns the city might have. If this moratorium is to move forward, I do have a question regarding Section 2, subsection DI, which is what was brought up, the 500 feet, if that was from the property line or if that's going to be in compliance with AB 98. On behalf of the members who work in the construction industry, who live in Rialto, who are members of this community, we strongly oppose this job-killing moratorium. On another note, at the last meeting that I was at, there were some comments made from the dais that somehow the members that are in this room tonight that work in construction, that build these type of developments, were somehow not part of this community. And I took offense to that. So I just want you guys to know that this is a blue-collar community, and building construction touches everyone that lives here. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, council members. My name is Farah. I'm here to support these hard worker individuals. I'm not going to bore you and tell you the impact this moratorium has in the community, but I also want to touch a few things. I want to thank our city attorney, Eric Vale, bringing up those pointers. That's valid, but you also have to remember these are people that 45 days to a year do not have. They do not have extra pay. They do not have that cushion money that they can take vacation for 45 days while this is passed through the council member. They do not. They are paid hourly. So every hour that's taken away from them, that's an hourly rate that is, the families are impacted. Mortgages are not paid. Food are not put on the table. I want to thank for our council member, Ed Scott, for showing us that picture. Yes, that was awful, but at the same time, that's why we hire you guys, the council members. That's why we have zoning. That's why we have a business department to look into these things before they are built, before they are constructed. So we won't have to look at that and face that. So please, let's work together. Let's think about that. Let's put everybody their responsibilities. That's why we have employees who are engineers, who can tell us before these buildings are built and can give us an image of what they will look like and the impact they will have. So we do not have the luxury of saying, let's sit back and take a year to decide and see what this is going to look like, and this will affect the schools. I am an employee of the schools. It takes time. So let's all of us work together and let's think about the impact it has on these people. They don't have the luxury. And let's put our city employees to work. Let's make them accountable. Let's work closely with our attorney and let him know we don't have that time, but let's speed up this process. Let's change these languages. That building was voted on. So let's not repeat that again. And let's not inconvenience these hard workers. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Baca, City Council. My name is Alex Arteaga. I'm the business manager of La Una Local 783. We represent San Bernardino and Yunmono counties. We're here in opposition of the moratorium. And as you can see today, we are well represented. These men should be in bed by now, ready for tomorrow's day of hard work. Out of respect for your time and everyone's time, we have limited speakers. If it's a matter of head count, we can have everyone just say they oppose that. I don't think we need that today. I think it's important that today's example under tab 1, where we had a project that, to my understanding, we were here to support it through the Planning Commission. It was approved through the Planning Commission, and probably wasn't under the purview of the City Council, unless we had an appeal like we did. But even after that, under this circumstance, we had city residents that were support of the project. We have labor in support of the project. We had an appellant that that pulled back their appeal, and yet that project's not getting built. And the only people that really pay for something like that are these men and women here in orange today who won't be working on that project. A moratorium is not the answer, and we hope that you consider this carefully. Under your authority today, you have the ability to approve and reject projects based on their merit. They come before you, and you can make decisions that are in the best interest of the community on a case-by-case basis. We shouldn't interrupt that. A moratorium is not the answer. In my 30 years as a labor leader, I have never seen anything good come from a moratorium. Use the authority you have and review these projects as they come up. And that's really all I have. Let's get these guys to bed. I would appeal to you, the council, mayor, to please review this and deny ordinance 1697. Thank you.
Well, hello. My name is Yesenia Ramos. Thank you for sitting down. I want to say I want this approved. I don't want no more buildings. I don't want nothing to do. I understand you guys are here fighting with work, but there is more work anywhere else. You could go to the desert, you could go anywhere else and build warehouses over there. I go here and there with my car, okay? I drive everywhere I want. If I have to go to LA, I go work LA, okay? Why can't they do it too, right? I mean, oh, yeah, exactly. So why are we fussing? Why do you want to be Rialto? Rialto doesn't want no warehouses, okay? We don't want no more warehouses. Exactly. You see that warehouse it's been vacated for the longest it was there used, okay? But now it's vacated. It's just sitting there. For what? For nothing. And now you want to build a warehouse next to my house, right? For what? Just for vacancy? No. I'm here. I don't want this, okay? Really. I want everybody to understand that you guys have more opportunities to work everywhere else. You guys have all this stuff. You guys could work here and there. But why are we complaining and saying the same old thing, okay? I'm just here to prove that, yes, no more warehouses here in Rialto. And I appreciate all y'all guys here. Scott, Andy, Joe, Carla, Edward. Oh, nice to meet you. But yeah. But I understand this is, something new. But I appreciate, thank you for putting it up there. And I guess I will approve. And thank you guys for everything. Bye.
Bye, thank you.
Good evening, my name is Joaquin Castillejos. I am an organizer with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I am from the community of Bloomington, and I work with communities all over the Inland Valley region on environmental justice issues such as the building and the expansion of logistics industries next to homes, schools, parks, which we have seen immense numbers in the past 5 years. I'm here today in support of this moratorium. Just a little bit of facts, of Rialto. Right now in Rialto, we have 190 existing warehouses. We have 6 that have been approved and in the process of being built, which is equivalent to 38,000 daily truck trips. And there are 10 down the pipeline. From my understanding, the ones that are already in process won't be part of this moratorium, right? If I understood correctly.
Superfund ones.
Yeah, and then all these warehouses, including the ones that have been approved, are equal to 38,000 daily truck trips. All these truck trips impacting the community of Rialto and emitting an immense amount of diesel particulate matter, carbon dioxide, and NOx, impacting the health and safety of Rialto residents. Another fact for y'all is that the state of California is no longer on a path towards zero emission trucks. So that's not something that we could bring up as a reason to build warehouses next to communities anymore, because the pollution that we see now is here to stay, at least for now, until new policy is brought forth. Another important fact is that right now, a lot of warehouses throughout the country are on a path to automation. Statistics show that by 2027, 26% of warehouses will have some sort of automation. And we've seen it a lot in the Inland Empire, with the largest Amazon in the entire world. In our backyard in Ontario, almost 90% automated. Warehouses like Walmart in Chino, letting go of 950 employees because they're becoming automated. This is the truth that we see now. And these are all things that we've seen brought up in past city council meetings, and things that are still important to this day. And this is why we need to approve this moratorium and uphold the concerns of the community of Rialto. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Baca and council members. My name is Ana Gonzalez. I am a Rialto resident, but I am also here representing the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, also known as CCAEJ, in full support of this moratorium. I was made aware that Senator Reyes did email a letter to all of you with recommendation to approve this project. She has worked tirelessly on AB 98, but before that we were full sponsors of AB 1000, which created some guidelines and mandates for responsible building codes throughout the state of California, not just in the Inland Valley, which we are a region in crisis. And so I just want to bring that to your attention to make sure it's put on the record. But I also want to give a shout out to La Yuna, because we, when we were in negotiations of AB 98, they helped draft that law. And so this moratorium gives the city that opportunity to be in compliance with state law. So thank you, La Yuna, for being co-sponsors of AB 98. And also, I want to make sure that we are including the community in negotiations, since I know it was mentioned at the previous item that you all very concerned to, bring council members to include them in all the negotiations. Well, community wants to be part of negotiations too. And so as we move forward and as we addressed in the EJ element that you guys also previously approved recently, we had made many comments that we needed a comprehensive general plan update in this city. And I think this moratorium will help us get to that goal to protect the community's health, safety, and well-being. So thank you for bringing this item, and we hope you approve this tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Baca and council members. My name is Charmaine Chapman Moorhead. As you know, I'm a 51-year resident of Rialto. I've said it here numerous times. And I'm here to advocate for the moratorium to be passed, to be voted in, and to be activated. 45 days. 45 days, what about the 45 plus years that some of these residents have been here, only to have what Councilman Scott or Mayor Pro Tem Scott showed was obstruction in their neighborhood. And I know you guys voted for that warehouse, but I applaud you for looking at it and stepping back now and saying we need to look at zoning. And I think Mayor Pro Tem Scott made the most salient point that I've heard tonight. Industrial zoning versus neighborhoods. I mean, that's what it boils down to. That's the bottom line. And all of those people, residents and community members who are outside who did not get in here tonight because there's no room for them to sit down, the older residents like myself and others, I hope they're out there watching it on TV in the cold or went home to watch this. I'm advocating for them because 45 days is nothing. It's nothing if you can't take 45 days to sit back and say, how are we doing this? How are we planning and developing Rialto where it's good for the community, the people who helped, build this city in terms of taxes for 2, 3, and 4, 5 decades versus the workers who want to come here and work? Everybody can win, but I don't think that stepping back for 6 weeks or more to say we have a plan to do this where everybody is safe. Their health is not compromised. Children can play in the streets because there's no trucks and traffic due to these warehouses in the neighborhoods. I don't think that's a problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, community members, and union. Brenda Parker. I am here to advocate and support the moratorium of the warehouses. First of all, I would like to say thank you for this moratorium, which is very much needed. The pictures that you showed, that is your doing. You did that. You voted for that warehouse. Not only did you vote for that warehouse, you voted for the warehouse that's at Bud Bender Park, that those people and those babies are looking at as well. So my prayer is that while you uphold this moratorium, that you do take a step back and that you really consider the damage that you have already done and that you don't continue to do that damage. For these union workers that's talking about these 45 days, well, we're talking about 45 years, time 3, time 5, time 10 of the damage that is going to be done to our community and that has been done to our community because of these warehouses that are so close to our homes. While you sit here and you represent 11,000, I think you said, union members, we're here representing 103,000 community members that's going to be affected and that's going to be impacted by these warehouses and the truck trips that is going to be made into our homes, into our backyards, into our schools, and into our parks. Council, we're not responsible for their benefits. Your employer is responsible for your benefits. Council, we're not responsible for their time. Union members, your employer is responsible for your time. You've come here and you're trying to hold us responsible for your benefits and for your well-being. Well, this council is responsible for our well-being. And so I'm here to ask you to consider our well-being. For once, put us first. Union members and employers, take care of your union members. Make sure they have jobs. And Rialto is not the only place that they can work. The young lady that was here earlier, Amy, she does not live here. She does not live here. She does not live here in Rialto. So she does not know what she's talking about. I am a Rialto citizen. I am a Rialto advocate. And for those of you that do work here, your work is temporary. You come, you build your building, you leave. You're not living here. Some of you may, but how many of you actually work in that building, inside the building once you put it up? Not very many. So once again, excuse me, we were not rude to you. Do not be rude to us. So I'm just asking you, please, council, to uphold this moratorium, for the citizens of Rialto. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Is there any other member that, and if not, then at this time we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I have some comments. First
Councilmember
off,
Scott.
the building that you were shown tonight was not, I repeat, was not voted on by this city council. That project was in an area that was properly zoned for industrial, even though it was up against residential. It was approved by staff. It was recommended to the Planning Commission for approval, and the Planning Commission approved that project. Never came to the city council. So the point that I think we're trying to make tonight is, and this should be a strong message to staff, two of you are sitting right over there, that you have got to take a look at the zoning and projects in this city. And you've got to protect both business, labor, and residential, and ensure that we are not infringing on each other. We support labor in this community, and most of these people, I listened to every one of them that got up, do live in Rialto. We appreciate them and thank you for your service to our community. But at the same time, our staff, our planning commission, and shame on our planning commission, you got to stop approving projects that are not good projects that infringe on neighborhoods. And all of these properties that are already zoned industrial clearly don't come to the city council. And I could drive you through the city right now and show you stuff under construction that never came to this city council. There's even residential that never came to this city council that is being built where it shouldn't be built. So it goes both ways. But the real purpose for this ordinance tonight was a temporary pause so that we could get staff members to take a look at zoning and see what we could fix and make better in the community. It's not to stop construction, it's not to stop warehouses, it's simply to make us take a look and do a better job at what we're doing. These projects come through so fast that they pass right by staff, they pass right by the planning commission. And these gentlemen back here can tell you, I've encouraged them, before you approve a project or recommend a project, go look at it, go see where it's at, see what it's going to impact. That project on that screen is horrendous, should never have been built. And by the way, that was built by a property owner in this city that's probably owned property longer than any of us, maybe 50 or 60 years. So I think it's unfortunate that we have this here tonight because developers stirred up people because they thought we wanted to stop their projects. We don't want to stop their projects. We just want our staff to take a look at the zoning in this city and fix what's wrong. We want the planning commission to start thinking before they approve stuff. And frankly, we need to do the same thing up here. But I think we're kind of already there. So I just think it's unfortunate that, number one, that this thing was written so badly, and number two, that it was totally taken out of context of what we want to accomplish in the community. We do need to take a look at our zoning in the city. We do need to stop building warehouses in residential areas. And I get that AB 98 addresses a lot of that, or if not all of that. But the fact is, Rialto's always been a city that's taken care of our own issues. Thomas, you know this well. We passed probably the first good neighbor policy in this entire area because we wanted things to be done right, and we've benefited from that. We want to do things right, but sometimes it doesn't happen that way. So whether this passes tonight or not, I encourage staff to start taking a look at zoning. Let's fix the zoning in this city that's bad and makes no sense. And frankly, these EIRs that are 30 years old are ridiculous. And the other thing I'm going to say to you tonight, we need consultants that care about our community too, not consultants that just care about developers. And this conflict that we have existing in this city needs to come to an end. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ed. I think if I may make some comments, and I'll allow any of the other members in the council to make some comments. I agree with you in reference to that we need to create a good ordinance in reference to any future warehouses that need to be built in the city of Rialto. And it's particularly, you know, this one is just a temporary moratorium. And that's the only problem I had with this one now and wanting to look at it and having it go back to EDC is so we can actually really review it. But I also support, you know, the moratorium that needs to be done with specific guidelines that are there and the impact it's going to have on the city of Rialto, because both sides presented good arguments in reference to supporting, and then those that are against it, and others that are not present here today that probably would have come out and spoken out in favor of this moratorium because of the impact it has on our communities. I didn't vote for a lot of those others that came up, and some of them didn't even have a labor agreement, which, you know, it still passed, but hopefully that we can in the future make sure that all of them have community benefits, have labor agreements, and come up with a process that is fair, that is reviewed, and that is recommended, and that'll benefit the city and not impact some of the residents. And I think what we have done, not just a sample of the one that's there, but you know, the one just right here, Bud Bender, I still complain about that warehouse, nothing to do with the labor that did the job. I commend you for doing a good job in reference to that warehouse, but it's overseeing the police department right up on top, and it's right next to a Little League Park that's right there, or Bud Bender Park, and also the residential in that area. We've got to start thinking about decisions that we make. And all of us are in favor of labor coming in and doing the job. Whether we decide to build the additional warehouses, some of them have already been approved. I want to make sure that labor is involved in that process and they're able to construct those warehouses under the Superfund or other areas with a community agreement as well that should be negotiated with the staff and then hopefully on into the council, and not privately being done on the side too as well, because that doesn't leave a good mark on our city and ourselves, that we have to look at how we go about business here in the city of Rialto. So hopefully, that we'll consider whatever action is taken. You already know where I stand. I'm in favor of a moratorium. But I'm also, would like to have seen this go back to studied it, evaluate it, and then come back with a recommendation. But that's the will of the council now, is whatever they decide to do at this point. Any other comments? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
I have a quick question, I'm sorry.
Quick question.
Some of these items, is there a possibility to amend our current moratorium that we already had in place, or?
You don't have a moratorium in place currently.
We don't have
The previous one that we had from, what is it? Hold on, I have it here.
Previous draft?
No.
The city did have a moratorium some years ago.
We don't have one. The only one that was presented is the one in our books, in our binder.
Okay,
And
I'm
that was
confusing it with the.
Yeah, and it was not written completely. There was amendments that was done to it in red that we got now. Is that correct, right?
Yes, there were amendments after it got into your book, correct.
And that's why I wanted to wait and find out, but it's the will of the council, and we can decide whether we want to put it aside or vote for it now. So,
In Councilmember Perez, there had been a moratorium in the past.
Okay, that's what I was.
And through that moratorium process, the city did adopt some additional regulations and restrictions, which are in our code now.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I was referring to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because we can always, argue on both sides. Every time I think about this, I know I could talk forever on this particular subject because of the impact that warehouses will also have on our residents, on traffic congestion, the cost to code enforcement, the cost towards roads in the immediate area. We can go on and on and on about the environment and its impact it has on health and our kids in our surrounding areas. But now I think we've exhausted, unless someone else wants to say something or make a motion. Is there a motion?
I will make a motion to approve the urgency moratorium for a period of 45 days, only 45 days, without justification, proper justification to extend it. And that gives staff a very clear direction that you're to come back with any zoning changes that we need to make that fix the issues that we have. And that's urgency ordinance 1697.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll have a roll call.
Adopt, is this the one,
Resolution number 1697.
right, I understand that, but I want to make sure I'm reading the correct one, the one that, the red line wasn't correct.
That's correct, the one that was in the. Sorry, that is correct, City Clerk, the latest one that was in the packet.
Thank you. Ordinance 1697 and intro, urgency ordinance of the city Council of the City of Rialto, California, declaring a temporary moratorium on the establishment, expansion, or insufficiency of indoors storage facilities within the jurisdiction boundaries of the City of Rialto. Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Aye.
Councilmember Montoya.
Aye.
Councilmember Perez.
Aye.
Councilmember Caricellis.
No.
Mayor Baca.
Aye.
Thank you.
With that, the motion passes 4-1. Next item on the agenda is tab 3.
Mayor, just real quick while everybody walks out, somebody left their book up here? Somebody left their notebook up here?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I have tab 3, 4, and 5 for you. So tab 3 actually recommends Council to...
Chief Kling, not to interrupt you, but move approval.
Motion's been made, seconded by, motion by Ed Scott, seconded by Andy Caniceres. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Move for approval. Second.
Motion's been made by Andy Caniceres, seconded by Ed Scott. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none. Motion
I
carries.
understand y'all making these, but can I just have him for the record to say whatever item he's on, please?
Have item number 4.
Okay, well, he didn't say that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Tab 5?
Tab 5.
And I also have a representative from Fuses, which is Axon Enterprises.
Glad to see him. Move approval.
Thank you.
Motion's been made by Ed Scott,
Second.
seconded by Carla Perez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. Congratulations on all 3 items that just
Mayor, thank you.
passed.
Council, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And I think it's good for the city of Rialto that it's moving forward and being innovative in making sure that we have all the equipment that we need to make sure that we provide the best public safety to the residents of city of Rialto. Thank you very much for moving towards the future and making sure that we have the equipment that's necessary as well. Thank you.
Mayor, I appreciate that, and I also want you to know that it's because of you and the rest of the council. That's the reason why we're doing what we're doing, so thank you for your support.
You know, maybe you could let the fire department tag some of their stuff onto yours and they could get it approved faster.
I'll talk to the chief, sir.
Disguise it into some of the chief's, Kling's equipment, and we might not ask questions.
Okay. Seeing that there's no other items that will come before us at this point, we'll ask for council members' report. I'll start with Edward Montoya. Do you have any report? You want to? No. Councilmember Carla Perez?
Nothing to report, but I just wanted to wish Mayor Baca a happy belated birthday. Celebrated his birthday last week.
Thank you very much. Member Caraceres? Andy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Attended the Rialto Library study room expansion along with my colleagues, and it was really good to see all the efforts that the county is putting on, and the renovation there and the study room. It's good to see that we're working together and that we're providing and bringing much needed resources to the community. I look forward to continuing to work with them and work on some items that bring technology. As much as books should be read by kids and we should bring them back to the way we got brought up, which is reading books, and but at the same time, we have to be cognizant that technology, computers, and tablets are taking over. So I look forward to working on some new projects to bring on some of the technology. I know we have Wi-Fi there, but bringing on some more computers and tablets to be able to transition and kind of bring them back into reading physical books, and then also have the vehicle to transition them into tablets, which that transition is very easy. So it's more of bringing them back to reading books and how all the benefits of actually reading a physical book. And lastly, I want to thank the chief. I know we didn't give you much time to explain some of those items that you brought up, but the main part of all these items that were brought up is technology. And I'm proud to say that we here on the council are keeping our police officers safe by providing all these technologies that help them do their job easily, and that help us analyze situations, and that help our police officers be safe, and also our community safe. So thanks, Chief Kling, for bringing that and staying on top of all our technology needs. And that's all I have today, Mayor.
Thank you. Member Ed Scott?
The only thing I have is that I think all of us attended the beam signing last week over at the police department. It was a good event. I'm proud to say that our police department construction is a little bit ahead of schedule, and that we are projecting that the men and women will be in the new police building by the end of the year. And then the old building will be torn down and the lot will put in, so we'll be finished sometime next year, correct?
Summer 26.
So that's good news, and my hat's off to Swainerton, our contractor out there, who's doing a marvelous job, an excellent job, and then also the chief and his staff for keeping on top of it. We actually don't have, it's one of the few projects I've seen in this city, especially large projects, where we actually haven't paid a bunch of money to a project manager, and it's being managed by the chief's own people. So that's a big savings for the city, and a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on our treasurer, Ed Carrillo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to report on our newest resident of Rialto. Our granddaughter, Cecilia Rodriguez, blessed Patricia, my wife, and I with our first great-grandchild, Mia Selena.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a little girl a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. She used to run around here with city clerk and Maria. So, thank you very much for that.
City manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank the entire city council for the opportunity to have served the city of Rialto the past 8 months. City clerk is a real professional. Councilman Montoya, I'm sure you'll make a great council person, along with Councilman Perez, Councilman Carasalis. It's been a pleasure to work for you. Treasurer Sarah Carrillo, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and also our city attorney and all the staff and the chiefs and the other department heads. They're very professional. I don't want to, I'm probably going to get myself in trouble here, but Mayor Pro Tem Scott and I go back a number of years
40
working.
years, I think.
40, at least. And it's been a real pleasure working for all of the elected officials, but a good friend of mine, Mayor Pro Tem Scott, and also I knew Mayor Baca when he was elected to the Assembly, elected to the Senate, to the State Senate, elected to Congress, and now elected to the council before I got here, but now elected as mayor. And honestly, it's been a real privilege. There's a lot, what's going to happen in the city of Rialto in the future is really going to be outstanding with this leadership of the council. I'd also like to thank former Mayor Deborah Robertson and Councilman Rafael Trujillo for the time that I was here, the 8 months. I was only supposed to be here 6 months, but it took Ed Scott another 2 months to get me back up to speed. So I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem, and I really appreciate the community that are still here tonight and those who have come. So thank you very much.
And you'll still be around for a couple of weeks, probably.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Our city clerk. Yep. Thank you. And I'm going to call on the police chief and the fire chief and some of the others after I get done with my report. And basically, I just wanted to report that all of the members present here were at the topping of the bean signing, and I think it's great for the city of Rialto that we'll have a new police station, and it's something that we can say that we're all very proud of when we look at it, and that we'll have the state-of-the-art police station that will provide a lot of the services to our community, and it'll create a good environment. And I think when you have a good environment, people feel a lot better about going to work in that environment. And I think the police station will provide that, along with our chief and many of the other individuals that will be involved with our city. So again, you know, we were all present. And I'd like to mention their names because sometimes we don't hear their names being present. And that's Mayor Pro Tem Ed Scott, Andy Caraceres, Carla Perez, and Edward Montoya were all present. We did not violate the Brown Act. We were there to do a beaming signing ceremony at that point. But I want to thank them all for being there. Also, the other thing that was mentioned by Council Member Andy Caraceres is the signing of the library and building a partnership with the San Bernardino County in the study room that was just done. And I want to thank Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. that provided the funding and allowed us now to have the state-of-the-art and a study area that would be available to many of our residents that will be coming over and using the library. I know that my wife came and used the library when she was going to college while I was babysitting the children at that time, and that was Joe Baca Jr., but he also came and utilized the library during that time, along with my other son, Jeremy Baca, and Natalie Baca, and also Jennifer. They all utilized the library, and I think that we need to look at the library and its growth and its partnership, that we can continue to provide that service to our community. So again, you know, I wanted to state that. Then I also went in reference to the senior dinner that was held at Sunrise Church. It was very well attended by many of the denominations and churches from throughout the Inland Empire that were there on Friday, along with other event that I attended on Friday, and that was the swearing-in ceremonies for James Ramos as the 45th District Assembly person for this area. We hope to work with our legislators as we look towards them working with the city of Rialto and hopefully providing some funds for us in areas that we need to improve and make our city a lot better, along with the county representatives, the federal representatives too as well. And that concludes my report. So at this time, I'd like to start with, where did he go? Oh, there he is in the back. Our chief, Mark Klein. Parker, you're up next. Brian Parker.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. So just briefly, want to kind of let you know, especially the new council people, how things are kind of progressing. So January, February, and March are pretty busy for the department. And in February, I have a State of the Department meeting that actually sets the direction for the next year on the not just the direction, but just kind of stabilizes the agency itself. And we kind of refresh and, excuse me, look back in time the last year to see what we've achieved. Look at our goals, objectives, and it just gives us a really good opportunity to come together and get that event. What we usually do is bring in a city. Fontana actually helps us out with policing for a few hours. So if you happen to see a Fontana police car here on February the 5th, that's what it's for. I also want to invite council to the annual awards banquet for the police department. That's going to be February the 28th. That's a Friday. I'll have Jessica send out information to the council. It's just a really good event for those council members that can attend. Those of you who've been in the past, you know, it highlights exactly all the hard work that the agency has actually accomplished in keeping this community safe. And then as we move into March, I'll be bringing back an update for the police station and the progress that we're making on that building, which the Mayor Pro Tem had talked about it all coming together by the end of the year. So even though we may move in by the end of the year, the facility will not be completed until summer of '26 when the ribbon cutting actually occurs. So that's really it on the police department. Things are progressing exactly the way that we had anticipated, and we do appreciate your support because none of this would have been possible without you.
Thank you
so
very
much.
Chief. The next, Brian Parks, our captain.
All right. Thank you,
And
Mayor,
Chief.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Capitan.
So yeah, just first of all, I'd like to report that all of our firefighters are back home now from all the help and support they provided with the Palisades and Eaton fires. I think hats off to our folks. They have to leave their families for several weeks at a time. And, you know, there's still power outages and emergencies going on at home. So, you know, glad and proud of our folks who rally around our folks who left at home while the firefighters are out, you know, helping out our neighbors and people throughout the region. So everyone's home safe now. We're proud of the work they did, and we're doing our best and every day to prevent those type of tragedies from happening in Rialto. Much like Chief Kling, we're working on our year-end review. Our award ceremony is February 20th. Jessica will be sending out that email next week, Sunrise Church, so we'll make sure to get that on your calendars. We're wrapping up our strategic plan, our 5-year plan that we worked on last year. We held off on that because we wanted to give the new council time to input on your vision and what the expectations are from the council. But the 5-year plan is in its final leg of development, so that'll be coming forward to council here in the next few months. Other than that, that's all I have for you.
Thank you very much, Chief Parks. Next, we have.
I did have
Cynthia.
Cynthia's report.
Go ahead.
If you'll indulge me. I think Gabe has the slides. Cynthia's unable to be with us tonight, but asked me to share what's going on in Rialto. So we do have the Tiny Tots session registration closes on this Friday, and then the classes are to begin Monday the 3rd at Hugh Banks Elementary. Swim lesson registration opens on Saturday, February 1st, with classes to start the 3rd. Short open and close time because it fills up the first day, so no need to keep it open much longer than that. We have the Paulantines for our furry friends Saturday, February 8th at Anderson Dog Park from 12:30 to 3. And moving on, is scheduled the Senior Sweethearts Dance. Chief Kling's still waiting for your response to my invitation at the Grace Vargas Senior Center, Thursday, February 3rd, 1411
Move
South
approval.
Riverside. Teen Center Valentine's Day Party on the 14th. Girls Softball Opening Day, big event in the city at Frisbee Park, Saturday, February 22nd. Baseball opening days for all the leagues is on March 15th, so the opening days throughout the city, so stay tuned for the exact times and locations for those. And then save the date for our big spring extravaganza, Saturday, April 19th at Frisbee Park, 10 to 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call on Tim Sullivan, our Public Director. Facility.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. I'll keep it real brief. So this past Saturday, we had a quarterly cleanup. So I'd like to thank those folks that came and showed up and, helped keep Rialto clean. Participation was a little lighter just because of the weather. And then this Saturday, we have a used oil filter exchange event at 1610 Riverside Avenue at the AutoZone. So,
South.
thank you. Yes.
South Riverside.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes everybody that's here. If not, do I hear a motion to adjourn? Oh, I'm sorry, Kobe. I missed him last time too. No, it was Tim that I missed last time at the library. I'm making up for it, Tim.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. We have a couple things that we are looking to set up shortly here in February. One, we do have an EDC meeting with the full docket on Thursday, so there's a number of projects there that I think we'll have some very productive discussion on. We have some items for the end of February EDC meeting, including what we discussed earlier tonight, or what you all discussed earlier tonight, in terms of zoning options and things of that nature. We'll bring back some good, I think, fruitful ideas for everyone to consider here. And we will be looking at scheduling an outing for a trip to go visit the Haven Street Market. We want to look at new business opportunities in the city of Rialto. something that is more retail-oriented, restaurant-oriented, and things that are more interesting to-dos in the city of Rialto. So we will be coordinating with your schedule, sir, and other council members that wish to join.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Okay, with that, that concludes our report. So at this time, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Councilwoman Carla
Second.
Perez, seconded by Andy Caraceres. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. Any opposition? None. That's it.